Hello and welcome to day 3 of UINXT 2021. This is Pratik.
And this is Komal.
Technology is best when it brings people together. And we are overjoyed to see you here again.
And I'm sure you must have truly enjoyed the last 2 days. And those who have missed it, please find the links of previous talks in.
Hello and welcome to day 3 of UINXT 2021. This is Pratik.
And this is Komal.
Technology is best when it brings people together. And we are overjoyed to see you here again.
And I'm sure you must have truly enjoyed the last 2 days. And those who have missed it, please find the links of previous talks in the description box.
We encourage you to keep tweeting about this web conference using hashtag UINXT.
And we have organized amazing goodies for the best tweets. So help us to reach out to the maximum number of people. And our virtual booths will be opening from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. tonight.
Today is all about uncovering the future of UI. The best way to predict the future is to create it.
But before we start with our first talk, let's see what is there in the virtual booths.
That was really amazing. Moving forward, do you know what is Flutter?
No, but I know someone with whom we are going to start the journey of the future of UI.
Really? They didn't tell me about anything like that. The only thing I know is Flutter is the future without a doubt, in which you can use a single code base to develop apps on multiple platforms. That's so freaking crazy.
Right. Today we have Nikita Gandhi to drive us to the first halt of the future, which is Flutter.
Oh, wait. Are you talking about Nikita Gandhi, who is part of developer relations team at Google?
Exactly. She's the one managing GDG, GDSC, and WTM program in India. And she also managing the Flutter communities in India.
And I have also heard that she likes to speak and write blogs with her passion towards Flutter. She enjoys talking to developers, traveling, and the best part is she is a street food lover.
Yes, that's so interesting. She will be sharing tips around how we can get started with Flutter and also create visibility for ourselves in the industry.
So let's not waste time and welcome Nikita Gandhi.
Hello, hi, and namaste everyone. My name is Nikita, and I am the community manager for GDG Women Tech Makers and Flutter programs in India. Along with that, I also manage Google's Developer Students Clubs. So, yeah, pretty much into professional developers as well as student developer community. And yes, I am with Flutter by heart and with all my mind every day. Before I get started, let me take a moment to introduce myself. I just told you what I do at Google, but let me tell you more about my introduction with Flutter. I started with Flutter almost 4 years ago when Flutter was in alpha stage. And yes, there were very less help available the time I wanted to start with Flutter. Then what did motivate me to get started with Flutter? Do you know what was my motivation? I was working on a couple of startups, and it was really challenging for me to launch the applications on both the platforms that is Android and iOS at the same time. And I was looking at solutions that can help me save time and help me reach the potential market together at the same time. And this is where I got to know about Flutter. I did a lot of research with competitive technologies to see what is the best option I have in the market. At that time, we had a couple of debates which got converted into talks, which many of them like. And this is how I started speaking about Flutter in public and writing blogs as I started understanding Flutter. Very much proud to say that I have been a part of the Flutter community since its inception. Without further ado, let's move on to the next section where I'm going to tell you what Flutter is. How many of you have heard about Flutter before? Raise your hands if you have heard about Flutter before. Or raise your hands if you have heard me before at Globant's UINXT event. Okay, I hope many of you have seen me before. Many of you have known Flutter from me when you were a part of the events in the past. But for some of you who don't know what Flutter is, stay tuned as I'm going to cover a lot of information in the upcoming slides. Before that, let me set the expectations correct. This session is for someone who wants to start building apps for multiple platforms and wants to get started with a cross-platform technology. You could be an entry-level developer, or you could be someone who have been developing apps for multiple platforms and want to switch to Flutter. So, for those of you who haven't come across Flutter before, Flutter is Google's portable UI toolkit for building beautiful multi-platform applications. So with Flutter, you can build applications for Android operating system, iPhone operating system, you can build apps for desktop, embedded solutions, you can also build apps for foldable devices. I'm sure many of you have heard about Microsoft's foldable device. You can also build apps for that using Flutter, and you can build apps for tablets as well. So you can actually guess how many operating systems with Flutter? Keep sharing your answers in the chat, and I'm excited to see what platforms you can guess Flutter can be used to build solutions for. Well, with support of Flutter, you can build applications not for one, not for two, not for three, but 7 different platforms. It includes platforms like Windows, Linux, Mac operating system, iOS, Android, and embedded solutions. Sounds too much, right? You might be a web developer and you might feel, oh, I can hardly build something that runs as a PWA on my application, on my phone. So that suffices the need. But think if you were to develop an application that runs on all the platforms, including web, mobile operating systems, desktops, and embedded, it's going to be an amazing thing to have because you just have to use single code base and it runs on 7 different platforms. So there are 5 foundations of Flutter that makes it strong. One is Flutter is fast. F for Flutter and F for fast. So you can compile your source to machine code. You can directly run your source code and compile it on the machine and run it directly. So apps work at lightning fast speed. You are productive because of hot reload like functions that increases the developer efficiency. You can express beautiful designs using Flutter. Flutter is an open community. There are a lot of forums online where you can go interact with other developers across the globe, exchange ideas, and it's free for everyone to join. And Flutter is portable, so you can ship your code to 7 platforms that I mentioned before. Sounds exciting, right? So as I mentioned, Flutter is fast. It takes your app to a lightning fast speed because it can directly talk to the underlying hardware components. It runs on the native language application, and hence the performance is really, really fast. Productive. As developers, we all want to be productive. We may want to implement as many features as clients want us to, but we want to be productive. We don't want to get stuck with a particular UI throughout the day. We want to try as many things. We want to make sure the app is delivered in time, and hence Flutter helps you being productive because there are functions like hot reload where you can run the application while you're editing. So unless you're making changes in the main function, if there are changes in other functions and you want to reflect those changes, see how it's getting reflected in actual, you can use features like hot reload. Beautiful. No compromises for designers. Designers may have amazing ideas, but there's always a conflict between developers and designers. That's all solved with Flutter. You can build and implement beautiful designs with Flutter because of the ease of implementation of code and the lines of code that is immensely reduced with Flutter. Open. Everything is free. May you want to join a Reddit community or something on Stack Overflow. You may want to join a meetup around you. Everything is open and free, so you can join any community that you want to interact and exchange ideas with developers across the globe. Portable. So you can just ship this code to all the different types of platforms, and hence that's the beauty of Flutter. You can build cross-platform applications with same lines of code. I mentioned that Flutter was pretty new just a couple of years back when I was working on my startup. Now you might think that there are so many competitive technologies, there are so many native solutions. Who would go for a cross-platform technology, or have industries actually adopted Flutter? And the answer is in the next slide. Over 2 lakh apps are built using Flutter, which are not only limited to Alibaba, Grab, Ubuntu, and so many BMW, Philips, all of them have started using Flutter for their enterprise solutions. A lot of startups like Bounce, Google Pay, all of them, Google Pay is not a startup, but a lot of startups have also started using Flutter for their production level applications. And do you really think Google trusts on this technology? Yes. So Google Ads, Family Link, Stadia, Google One, Next Hub, Blogger, Google Analytics, Google Pay all have been used and developed, all have used Flutter for their production level applications. Woohoo! Okay, I hope I convinced all of you to get started with Flutter if you haven't already. And now you have an idea about what Flutter is, what it does, and who is using Flutter. Next, just take a look at the global community support. Flutter repository on GitHub has 110K plus stars. Along with that, there are 15,000 plus libraries which are built by developers like you and me, as well as a team from Google. There are 120K plus, I think it's 150K plus followers on Twitter now, 200 plus global meetups, and there are 1,000 plus contributors on Meetup, YouTube, and so on. So a lot of them are developing their own content and are supporting other developers who want to try Flutter. Isn't that amazing? Okay, I hope you all are sold to get started with Flutter. And now I'm going to tell you more on how you can get started to learn Flutter. So if you haven't written any app with Flutter before, the next section is all about getting started and a roadmap for you to get started with Flutter. So with Flutter, build with any IDE that you're comfortable. Perhaps you are comfortable with a JetBrains IDE like Android Studio, or you are an Mac user and you pretty much like using Xcode and you build apps for iPhone, or you are a VS Code user. Any IDE support is possible with Flutter. You can integrate your existing applications using Android APIs, iOS APIs. You can implement design standards like material design in your application, and you can also couple it with third party applications and get support from uh, Firebase, Redux, state management, and so on. So Flutter is flexible. Flutter is fast. F for Flutter, F for fast, and Flutter is flexible. So three F's that are most importantly defining Flutter. Well, so first step is install Flutter on your local machine. If you haven't installed any of these three IDEs, I encourage you to install one of those and then install Flutter. Now, the question is, how do I get started? There are so many resources, there are so many ways with one how you can get started with Flutter. Some of you like watching YouTube tutorials, some of you follow blogs, and I'm one of those. Some of you want to be a part of instructor led trainings. So, we all have different learning patterns, right? Based on that, you can choose to either join a community around you where there are a lot of sessions for someone who prefers instructor led trainings. And then, yes, you can always search for a lot of videos on YouTube and also a lot of blogs on Medium and other sites that will give you a lot of understanding on these particular topics. So, if you are a beginner and you haven't written apps before, then first of all, I encourage you to get started with object oriented programming concepts. And if you are familiar with that, then I would encourage you to get started with Dart. If you already know basics of programming, you know what is object oriented programming, you know the very basic concepts like variables, local variable, global variables, and so on, you know how to declare a function and things like that, then you can directly go and take a look at the Dart syntax, because it's an object oriented programming. So you just need to get familiar with the syntax and that should do the job. But if you come from a background where you have built native applications for different platforms, again, I would encourage you to get familiar with the Dart syntax and that should do the work. For some of you, you already know Dart from one way or the other, but you haven't tried Flutter before. Hold on, there is still more for you. So, some of you might wonder, why is Flutter using Dart? Why is it not using something like, say, Kotlin or Java or any other technology? So, the reason Flutter chose Dart among so many different technologies is Dart allows Flutter to avoid the need of separate declarative layout like JS or XML. So, if you were an Android developer, remember you had to write a separate XML file and then a separate code where you would define how the function of that particular XML would be like. The layout of Dart is declarative and programmatic, and it makes easy for developers to read and visualize very effectively and effortlessly. So, because Dart is declarative language and it makes the life of developers easy, it also runs with native code. So, the performance is very similar to native applications, and hence Google chose Dart over any other technology for developing apps using for Flutter framework. So Google is giving you a toolkit which you can use to build applications for multiple platforms. And this toolkit is built using Dart. Now, the first step I told you was to install your favorite IDE and Flutter. The second step was where I told you to get started with the basic concepts, either by learning Dart or first of all learning object-oriented programming concepts. Now, once you're done with that, you're familiar with Dart as a programming language, then you come to the world of Flutter. Flutter is something where everything is widgets, and there are different types of widgets that are used in Flutter. So what are widgets? Widgets are basically the alphabets of Flutter, or making an application using Flutter. So if you were to use Google's UI toolkit, that is Flutter, to build applications, then you know what are widgets. Widgets are nothing but blocks of code that you are going to use, place it at different locations so that your app is complete. You can customize these widgets according to your own choice in case it's required. But yes, these are the building of this is the basic framework that is provided to you inside the toolkit that helps you making app development easy. There are stateless widgets, which means the state of the application does not change even on a user action. So if I click on a button and if a new screen comes in or a new window comes in on my screen, then it is a stateful widget. But if I'm just reading through some text, I'm hovering through images and nothing changes on the screen, then it's stateful widget. It's stateless widget. And then there are inherited widgets which inherit the property of its parent. So it's a tree like structure where the child inherits the property of its parent widget. This concept is pretty much similar to inheritance in object oriented programming. You can also do localization using Flutter. You can implement themes, which is Cupertino, as well as material UI based on coding standards for develop for different platforms, and also bring in accessibility, so you can build applications for different using different languages as well in terms of user script in case you want to do that way. So going deeper in what I was explaining before, if you use a text widget, then the syntax is what you see on the left side of the screen. So what you see inside the string is what is going to be reflected on the output on the console. And I'm just trying to decorate it in a way that I'm giving direction for this text. I want this text to appear from left to right, but I can also make it right to left in case I want to make changes like those for some languages like Arabic, which are printed in right to left language, right to left side. So text is a simple widget. It is a stateless widget, which means hello world does not change after the user did something or read this particular widget, and that is why it's a stateless widget. But an elevated button which gets disabled after the user clicks on it, or a text keeps changing as the user keeps clicking on the a button, it's called a stateful widget, and this brings in interactivity to your application. Localization. Some transitions are different for Android and iOS phones. And if you want to implement platform specific changes, then that's possible using Flutter. In fact, if you want to bring in localization in terms of languages, like some languages are written from right to left, while some are written from left to right, all of this is possible using Flutter. And inherited widgets. These are nothing but what they do is inherit the properties of their parent widget as you want them to be. So now, if you don't want all the properties to be inherited, that's also possible using Flutter. Well, if you got to know or you were able to install Flutter successfully on your machine, you understood what widgets are, you understood the basic concepts of Dart and overall programming language, then I think, and you know how to implement stateful versus stateless widgets, then I think you can make a basic application. Maybe it has a text, a image, and a button. If you can do this as a login screen, I think that's a basic, application that you can build using Flutter. I know there won't be a lot of customizations you can do by now, but a basic step of implementing one stateless widget in your application, customizing that, like you customize the text, underline it, change the color, size, font, and so on. Uh, then go on and implement a stateful widget. It could be a button, or it could be a list view, it could be a grid view, or anything else of your choice. And then make some platform specific changes, maybe how the app screen moves from one screen to another in Android versus how it changes for iPhones. And also try using inheritance widgets. If you are able to do this much, I think you can at least build a basic application using Flutter. But that's not all, there's more to it. Then comes animation. So, with Flutter, you can build a lot of applications, and I'm going to cover them in the next screen. But have you seen any e-commerce application where there are so many products listed? It's a catalog of products. You click on a particular product, and it goes to the product basically becomes bigger. We don't know if we go from one screen to another. That's just an illusion from user perspective. But this transition of a small product picture to a bigger one and going from one screen to another is basically a hero widget that can be implemented using Flutter. And trust me, it's hardly 6 lines of code when you use Flutter. You can change the opacity of a particular UI. Say after a particular time, if you want the opacity of the particular widget to change, that's possible. If you want to give curved animation, that's possible. If you want the animation to change from one widget to another and this transition happening, that's possible using Flutter. uh, you can basically control how, at what extent the animation should happen, to what height the animation should go, and then when the animation should stop, for how long the animation should continue. All of these things are possible using Flutter and with quick and small amount of code. So when you want to build interactive and as well as attractive applications, this is going to be fun for you to implement different types of animations. Or if you're using, or if you're trying to develop gaming apps, then this is going to be an interesting place where you explore a lot of animations for your application. Okay, so as I mentioned before, there are a lot of ways using which you can implement animations using Flutter, and making the right choice is very, very important. So ask yourself a lot of questions. Is this like a very complex application? Then there are solutions like Lottie and all that you can use. If this is something that you can draw like a canvas like painting, a quick show of hands, how many artists who are listening to this session today? For all of you, it's going to be interesting to do some customized painting of applications. And for those of you who want to make some implicit animations, which means you want to control at what extent the animation happens, versus explicit animations where you don't have a control to an extent at which the animation moves or changes, all of this is possible using Flutter. So these are a few challenges that I'm going to throw for you as homework. After this session, if you can go back and try implementing these few animations right after you build your basic application screen and share it with us on Twitter, we'd be happy to see how the progress has been after the session. So try using an animated container demo, page route builder, tween demo, custom tween demo. Just Google for this. A lot of code is already written. Just try implementing it in your application. Understand the lines of code, and you're good to go. Storage. So we all spoke about UI, but then comes a little bit of backend management. So suppose you want to save a small data or information that you want to refer later, or if there is an exchange of lot of information that needs to happen locally on the user machine, then you can go with either shared preferences, file storage, or SQLite. Basically, when you want to control the download of something and store it on local machine, or a password that you want to be stored in the local machine itself, or anything else, then you can use shared preferences, SQLite, create crude operations like creating, deleting, updating, all reading, all of that is possible using Flutter. And these are libraries written by someone already, and you can actually pull these libraries in your application to manage the data control of your application. So you need not worry about writing the code. Just pull this library in your existing application and you're good to go. Then the next step is try using some external libraries. The ninth step is try using some external libraries like you did in the previous step. These are commonly used libraries, and hence I have suggested them here. See how it works for you using these libraries, and yes, keep sharing your progress with us. Behavior components. Now, this is a little intermediate concept for you regarding asking user for their permissions on locations or battery or any local contact or any local data that you want from the user. If you want to send some notifications to the user, if you want some media to play back while the app is running, sharing of the application, and so on. These are all behavior components. But if you are able to implement some basic widget, stateful, stateless, implement some animations, using some external libraries, local data storage, I think that makes you a little good enough to set yourself or position yourself as a developer in the market. There's a lot of content, there's a lot of knowledge that you need to keep getting yourself updated with. But yes, if you are able to reach to step 8 or 9, you can call yourself a basic or a beginner Flutter developer. State management is a very complex concept if you think so, or it's very easy. But as a developer, it will help you reduce the lines of code and make your app dynamic. So there are some topics which you will come across for state management. I have listed 5 of them: set state, provider, block, mobx, which will help you reduce the immense lines of code, manage your app in a neat way. So setting the app architecture correct can be done using the right state management concept. There's no state management concept that is better than something else. Each of them have their own use cases, and I'll encourage you to take a look at each of those, compare what works the best for you for your application, and choose one of those. And last but never the least, none of my presentations are complete without the story of Flutter and Firebase. It's an excellent marriage between two amazing Google technologies. You can authenticate the user, you can use real-time database, you can do messaging, you can do storage, and there are so many different services that Firebase offers and can be integrated with Flutter. So take a look at all of those, try connecting Flutter with Firebase, and see how easy your life will be as a developer, because you can manage the best of both worlds, the front end as well as the back end of the application. With that, These are the 12 steps that I have for all of you in case you want to get started with Flutter and position yourself as a Flutter developer in the industry. Prepare for job applications if you're interested to become a Flutter developer. There are a lot of openings that come every day for Flutter. A lot of startups are actively hiring for Flutter roles. A lot of enterprises are doing the same as well. So it's the right time for you to get started with Flutter if you haven't already. Keep an eye at the Flutter job postings that are shared across different channels. And with that, I encourage you to continue learning and sharing with Flutter. Follow the existing code labs, which are like a lot of ready-made content for you to follow just in case you want to get started with Flutter. There are YouTube videos, Medium blogs. There are libraries where you can contribute to build your own library, share it with the rest of the world. You can be a part of the existing communities. You can contribute to GitHub, share your code with the rest of the world. You can actually contribute to Google's existing Flutter GitHub repository, which is open source as well. With that, thank you so much for listening. Can we have a show of hands in the comment section? How many of you are already set to get started with Flutter? How many of you are going to try Flutter after this session? Thank you. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for joining. I hope you found this session interesting and meaningful. And yes, you are all set to build beautiful applications for every platform using Flutter. Follow me on Twitter, keep sharing your progress, and have a wonderful day. Thank you.
That was a lot of knowledge to process. Thank you so much, Nikita. Hey, why do you look so worried?
Development efforts, not only that, but testing and maintenance too.
Are you working with Kotlin? If yes, do you know Archana and Akshata, right?
Oh yes, how did I not remember Archana and Akshata, who are Kotlin enthusiasts, and they are also a co-contributor of meetkt.org.
Yes. So to know how to employ shared architecture with the multi-platform capability of Kotlin to reduce not only the development efforts but also the testing and maintenance efforts.
And to deliver reliable and resilient applications across platforms, let's welcome Archana and Akshata from Globant.
Hello everyone and good evening. Hope you all are safe and doing well. So, those who have attended UINXT 2020, they must be aware that we demonstrated how a traditional web app can be developed using Kotlin, and we also introduced Kotlin multi-platform in brief. In today's talk, we will be discussing Kotlin multi-platform in detail, like how it works, different benefits of it, and many more. So before we discuss more on Kotlin multi-platform, let us introduce ourselves. I am Akshata Shila and I am working as a technical lead at Globant, and I have over 8 years of experience in Android application development.
I'm Archana and I work as Senior UI Developer at Globant, and I've got 4+ years of experience. Both of us are basically Kotlin enthusiasts, and in this talk today, we will be exchanging our ideas about Kotlin multi-platform development. So to begin with, Akshita, I would like to understand that why is it necessary to transition from building applications independently on each platform towards Kotlin multi-platform application development?
Exactly, Archana. So most of us must be having this question. So before we discuss like how Kotlin multi-platform works, let us understand why do we need it. So consider a typical project scenario where we have a backend to have some data, and there are a bunch of front-end technologies like Android, iOS for mobile and the web app. So functionality is very simple. We need to fetch some data from the backend and render it on the UI. Simple, isn't it? So just to have this simple functionality, let's see what are the steps we follow on each platform. First of all, we need to call the API to get the data from the backend. There can be some additional steps we need to perform like validations, local validations at the front end. When we call the API, there can be success or the failure, and based on success or the failure, we need to restructure the response that we got from the API and render it on the UI. And last but not the least, and everyone's favorite, is writing unit test cases for all the code that we have written. If you look closer to these steps, these are the steps which are common for all the platforms, but still we are repeating across all the platform. And you will definitely agree with me that we are repeating a lot of code across platform.
For sure, Akshita. So whatever steps you said right now are just for one single flow. And in a real world application, we have around hundreds of such flows, and we can imagine that how many steps we are actually repeating across different platforms. But the question here, and also, so far we were only thinking about keeping code dry within a single platform, but we should also think about keeping code dry across different platforms now. So the question here is, why are we actually not maintaining code on each platform? Why are we maintaining code independently on each platform? Why are we not actually sharing the code? Why exactly are we repeating across different platforms? Most of you in the audience might share this expression with me, like why exactly are we repeating on each of these platforms?
Exactly, Archana. Even I can relate to this 100% because the question is why we are repeating. So let's see the reason behind this big why. So as a software developer, we always try to relate every problem to a real life situation, so we can understand it better. So let's take an analogy, like we have a person who understands Spanish and another, let's say, understands German. If they want to do some common contract between them, it would be little difficult for them as they don't understand each other's languages. Also, just to make a contract, learning each other's language will be little, hectic for them, and it's not practical also. So what if we have a common language in which we can write the common contract, and there will be a translator who can translate that contract into their respective languages? It would be easy for them to understand as it will be in their own languages, and they don't want to learn each other's languages also. So the common language plays an important role over here.
This analogy, I can relate to this analogy, Akshita. I hope this kind of analogy or kind of setup was available when I actually got shifted to Maharashtra and I didn't know Marathi language as such. So
yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, so we can relate this analogy to our software development life also. Like there are scenarios like we need to develop applications on multiple platform, and we always thought of having some common language where we can share the code across those platforms. And guess what, we have Kotlin to the rescue with its multi-platform feature, which exactly does the same. Let's see how it does. So The code which you think is similar across all the platform, you can just comment it out and write it in Kotlin. Then the compiler and transpiler will do the job of transpiling or compiling that code into something that the respective platforms can understand. Basically, the executable which the targeted platforms can understand and consume that common code and do their job. This is about the common code. Even if you have some logic which you cannot share across the platform, so that you can write at their respective platforms. So this is how Kotlin multi-platform works in general. Now, as we have understood like how Kotlin multi-platform works, I am eager to understand, like everyone else in the audience, is there any other library or tools available in the market already who has this functionality, and how they are different from Kotlin multi-platform?
For sure, Akshita, there are different libraries available for sharing code across different platforms, two of which are popular are React Native and Flutter. So apart from Kotlin, but there is a basic difference between the way of developing applications with each of these technologies. As you can see already on the title, there is something mentioned over here like cross and multi-platform. So cross-platform libraries are those wherein you write all the application code in one single code base, and that single code base is ported or exported to the platform specific targets. But in case of multi-platform, you have the complete capability of what exactly goes into your, what exactly needs to be shared. Like you have a common module and of course the platform specific module. So all the common behavior would go into the common module, and the platform specific implementations are available on each of those different targets. Now, having said that, we will do a brief comparison between these multi-platform libraries. So to begin with, for the clear segregation of business logic and UI, as we already mentioned that Flutter and React Native being cross-platform libraries, they do not allow us to have that segregation between business logic and UI. However, Kotlin definitely allows us or gives us whole capability of what exactly could be shared and what you need to keep it native. So apart from that, here one thing we need to remind ourselves is that it is not important that the code whatever you write in each and every platform is written in Kotlin itself. You can write everything which is platform specific in your chosen language. Like for web you can use React, or maybe for Android you can use something else. But the features that you might feel like you can share across different platforms could be written in Kotlin, and then you can publish that as a library and re-import it in your platform specific application code. Now, coming to the next difference, native UI experience. Flutter, this is kind of, you can say, debatable. The native UI experience in Flutter for simple apps, you can kind of get that transition or look and feel on Android, iOS, or different platforms as native UI. But then for complex applications or the complex designs, definitely there is a long way to go for getting native UI experience with Flutter. Now, coming to React Native does provide native UI experience, but there are some other shortcomings as well, like performance and all, because of the bridging that happens between the JavaScript and the platform-specific APIs. So the performance, there's kind of compromisation between the performance for the React Native. Now, when it comes to Kotlin, the native UI experience you will surely get, because we are only targeting to share the common code between different platforms, and the UI is specific to whichever technology or target you are actually pointing to. So support for large variety of platforms is actually enabled in Flutter. Like there are a lot of targets that you can specify in Flutter. You can of course visit their official website and check what are the different targets that they have, they provide support for. And React Native, on the other hand, provides support for only mobile development thing, kind of Android and iOS support is available. For web, you can share, but then it becomes kind of tedious and sometimes it is not practical too. So Kotlin, however, provides support for a large variety of platforms. Again, on their official website, they have listed a large variety of platforms, which includes different flavors of desktop, being like Mac or Linux or Windows, or also the other flavors of mobile as well, iOS and Android, and also for web, it is browser, of course. So all these platforms are supported. On top of that, they have also specified watchOS and all. So yeah, these are the brief comparison of the three frameworks that are available.
Yes, I think that's enough theory to understand like how Kotlin multi-platform works and different advantages of it in short. So let's see Kotlin in action now. What we have built using Kotlin multi-platform. So this is the application which we have built called Knowledge Hub. So during this exploration of Kotlin multi-platform, we could develop these applications. Two front-end technologies we targeted, basically one for web app and another is Android application. So nowadays, if you see, Kotlin is everywhere and people are really enthusiastic to learn Kotlin and apply them on different platforms. And when it comes to learning, there are a lot of resources or information available online, but they are scattered all over. So knowledge of app will definitely help here. So whatever material we have for Kotlin on various platforms, we have at one place. So let me quickly walk you through what application we have built. So on the top, if you see, there are different categories you can see. These are web front-end, server, multi-platform, Android, and data science. So these are the categories basically which Kotlin supports. Then whatever category you are interested, you can just click on that particular category and you will find bunch of references for it. Further, these categories will be subcategorized into the based on the source type. Like it can be GitHub, it can be article, or it can be videos like YouTube videos or any other videos. So you will be more focused on that because you have particular category, and in that also you can have different source types. So whatever source type you like, you can go for it. Like I personally like watching videos whenever I learn something new. So by that you can just go and read whatever references you want to learn. So this is all about the web application. We also have a mobile application which is built on Android. So on the top, if you can see, there is a horizontal scrollable list of categories. You can select any of the category, and below that you will get the list of references which you can go and read or watch. And at the bottom, if you see below the list, there is a bottom navigation which we have used. So you can navigate between the other different source types and see whatever references you want to refer. Yeah, so this is how this application works. Now let's talk more technical and see how we have built it. So here we have built three applications. One is for backend for holding all the data. Second is web application, and the third one is Android application. So whenever any front end like web or Android calls an API, we get this kind of response. If you can see, it's a list of references or resources, I would say. So there are different parameters: ID, URL, description, source type, and the category. So whenever we call the API, we directly get the entire list of resources without any segregation of the category or the subcategory in it. So the job of front end is to segregate this response based on the category which user has selected on the UI. So if you see, it's clear that this job, like fetching the data, sorting the data based on the category selection, is repeated across the platform. So we could leverage the benefits of Kotlin multi-platform feature, and we could comment this code, and we have written this code in Kotlin, purely in Kotlin. So fetching data and sorting data is done in that common code itself, and both the front end just consume that code and focus more on their UI. So this is how the application works. Now let's see quickly what technical stack we have followed to build these applications. So let's start with the front end. It's one of my favorite. So to build the front end, we are using Ktor. So Ktor is a framework basically which can be used to develop applications both on front end and back end. For this application specifically, we are using it for the back end. Then to store all the resources, we are using Postgres database on the back end. Moving to the web application, we are using Kotlin.js to build the entire application. Then for the Android, it's nothing fancy. I mean, it's straightforward. Native Android we are using to build the Android application, and everything of this is backed up with a strong language that is Kotlin. Yeah. So now we have seen how application behaves and how we have implemented it. Let's see quickly like how the app architecture is.
So yes, so Akshita explained like what is the application behavior. So basically we have a backend and the two different clients, Android and web. So backend is responsible for exposing the API, and it only has one single API. And the Android and web basically just has the responsibility of displaying that. All the logic that is common across Android and web, which is basically filtering and sorting the category and again the source type, is the common code. So that common code is actually kept separately in the common module. So once we have segregated the behavior in the common module, it's time for writing unit tests. So all the unit tests that are that belong to this particular common behavior are written in the common module itself. Now, whenever we are making an HTTP call, we need, of course, HTTP client. For that, we both web and Android would need HTTP client. For that, HTTP client is also kept in the common module. And when you make a request, you will need an API URL and the data model. So those things will also be common across different platforms that you're going to implement. So that has also been kept in the common module itself. Now, whenever you make an API call, it's not always that you will get a success. You will always also end up in exceptions as well. So those exceptions are also kept common. So whenever backend throws that exception, the same exception is caught in Android or web, or listened by Android and web, the client modules. Now, one thing that is explicitly specific to Kotlin multi-platform feature is the capability of having platform-specific APIs. So this is something that Kotlin explicitly provides. If you have some feature that is specific to platform, but then you need to use that or build some logic on top of that in the common module, then you can make use of platform specific APIs. We will see in depth like how exactly you can implement the platform specific APIs. So Kotlin basically provides us two different keywords, one being expect and other is actual. So in the common client, we already see, in the common module, we already saw that we need an HTTP client to make an API request to the backend. So in order for that, in the common module, we just specify that, hey, we are expecting HTTP client, and whoever is going to make use of this, you need to provide the implementation of that. So Android and web, who are implementing or making use of this HTTP client will actually provide the implementation of that in their own specific modules. So we have written actual and provided the actual implementation in the Android module itself, and also the actual implementation for this particular expected behavior is provided in the web as well. So what exactly we are performing here is just that we are getting the JSON data and serializing that data and mapping it to the data model. In the Android, explicitly we have to provide the Android engine as well. So that's why we have segregated and given separately the implementations in the platform specific code. Now moving on, we need a data model to capture the data that we receive. For that, we have made use of data classes. These are basically POJOs, apart from the fact that in the POJO you have to write a lot of verbose code, and that all has been taken care by data class. And apart from that, we are also making use of companion objects to keep the resource URL as well. So the resource URL that you are going to hit and the data model, everything is kept in one single module, so that any changes that happen in the future can be made in one single module, and it is easier to maintain as well. And now that we have the data class, we have captured the response, it's time for having the application state. So you can either receive a success response or a failure. So in the failure, we have subcategorized it into no resource and server exception, and you have the success. So for capturing the application state, we have made use of seal classes. Seal classes basically provide us restricted class hierarchy. So these are the class hierarchies that it provides, and it is analogous to the enums that we have, if you already know. So enums basically provide us constructors, but then in the constructors you do have a limitation of using single data type there. But with respect to scene class, since we are making use of data class, we can have any kind of data type that is present that can be added in the constructors. So here you can see it is a map data type, and here it is string, and here it is exception. So now that we have seen what goes into the architecture and how we have modeled our common module and the other platform specific modules, I wonder, Akshita, that are we alone using multi-platform feature, or is there any other players as well?
That's really good question. I mean, fortunately, we are not alone. There are a lot of people who have already explored it and integrated into their applications. So some of them we could list here. So let's go one by one. So Netflix is the first. I mean, it doesn't need any special introduction. It was such a savior for me during the entire lockdown, and I know you guys will also agree to this. The point here I want to highlight is such a popular and most used app is also using Kotlin multi-platform. Anyhow, moving to the next is a cash app. So it is used for sending money, saving money, or buying some cryptocurrencies. The next one is a Memorize, which is language learning app where there are innovative ways they have provided through which you can easily learn any language. Moving to the next is a VMware. Again, it's one of the popular apps which has cloud-based solutions, networking, security, and many more. Then we have DownTalk. So it is basically a yoga app. So by referring to it, you can learn different yoga exercises. Then we have Quizlet. It is again a learning app where you can learn things or master the things which you want to learn. So these are some of the apps which we could list here, but there are many such apps who have already explored and implemented Kotlin multi-platform. So I would highly suggest you guys to check the case studies which are available on the Kotlin official site. Go through their experiences, their stories, and get some inspiration for you.
It's great to see, Akshita, that there are a lot of tech giants who are not only using or trying out the multi-platform feature, but also have deployed it in their production. So this brings some sort of confidence to the audience as well. But I wonder what has driven them to try out the Kotlin multi-platform feature.
Yeah, so there are many such factors. If you go through their case studies, I mean, they have mentioned what thing they have. They are there who motivated them basically to move to Kotlin multi-platform. So let's say some of them. Yeah, so we could list some of them which we find relatable when we develop knowledge of application, which we just saw. So first is fast product delivery. I mean, as we have reduced the time spent writing the code, which was repetitive across multiple time, definitely it leads to faster product delivery. And as we have saved some of the time, we can definitely utilize that for other tasks like security, performance, which most of the time gets neglected. Next one is a platform independent logic. So as throughout the talk, we already mentioned that we are sharing the common code, or we are sharing the business logic across the platform. So that code is totally platform independent. So if in future, if you want to plug in any other platform, you can easily do that and you can share that code without any overheads. Moving to the next is a caching mechanism and offline support. So nowadays we have sufficient internet available. Still, we at certain point of time we need to think about the performance. Okay, so as the number of API calls increases, the battery performance degrades. So whenever you can save, or whenever you have data which is not frequently changing, we should always think for offline support, and Kotlin multi-platform definitely support that feature. Then for incremental migration, if at all you guys get convinced by this talk and plan to move to Kotlin multi-platform, it's not that you need to migrate everything at one go. You can just consider a single feature or a module, migrate it all over, and then move to the next feature or the module. So by incremental way, you can implement it. Then the shared test and easy maintenance. As we are writing entire business logic which is shareable across the platform at once, we can write test cases at once, we can test it once. Also, if there is any bug or any change comes in that particular logic, we can just change it at one place and it will be available at all the platforms without doing any changes there, or repetitive code we can avoid. Next, and very important is,
Sorry to interrupt, Arjun and Akshita. A quick time check.
yeah, sure, we are almost done. Thank you. So the last and the important point is native UI experience. So as we mentioned already, we are just sharing the business logic across the platform. So still, each platform still have that freedom of using the powerful frameworks for the UI, and the UI experience for the user will remain intact. So these are some of the factors I think are more relatable for all of us. Now we have seen what features it has to provide. Now it's time to see some lessons which we have learned throughout the journey of developing Knowledge Hub. As me and Archana both are from different platforms, like I am from Android, Archana is from web. We had our own challenges. So just to overcome that, we have learned a few things which we would like to share with you.
Right. So we certainly enjoyed developing multi-platform applications, but then we had certain challenges as well. So in order to share code or keep code common, we need support for multi-platform libraries. So there are not too many multi-platform libraries that are available in the market, except for coroutines or probably Ktalk client and the serialization libraries. It is also a hidden opportunity for those of us who want to contribute to the community and identify the common problems that are present or probably that are required in the market and then publish it for others to use. And apart from that, we also need to explore Gradle in depth because to start with, you have all the plugins that are available with you. That will give you basic configuration for the Gradle, but then you also need to explore Gradle if you want to have complex configurations in your application. For us, while sharing code between web and Android, we had to explore the multi-module configuration of Gradle setup. So that came handy for us. Now coming to the tool and plugin compatibility, although JetBrains provides us a lot of tools and plugins to get started, but then not all tools and plugins work on every single version of IDE. So you have to be mindful about which version of IDE works with the tool or plugin that you are using. So having said that, this brings us to the end of the topic. So in today's talk, we actually saw like why is Kotlin multi-platform development important, or why that transition in the mindset is important, and what are the key features that Kotlin multi-platform provides us, and also how we have architectured our app using Kotlin multi-platform feature, and what are the things that other key players in the market are also finding attractive about Kotlin multi-platform, and the different lessons that we learned while developing Kotlin multi-platform application as well. So, we have actually enjoyed developing Kotlin multi-platform application, and not only that, this has also gave us a certain level of confidence. I was basically a web UI developer and had some experience with developing APIs, but then it also gave me opportunity to explore some parts of Android. So certainly it has turned me into a full stack developer, and I'm sure Akshita also agrees to this.
Yes, definitely. I mean, it helped us a lot to take a significant step towards becoming a full stack developer.
So, of course, so for those of you in the audience who wish for a similar kind of journey, or who want to try out and have got inspired with this talk and try out the Kotlin multi-platform feature, we wish you a great journey we wish you good luck in your journey ahead. And thanks for joining us in this talk.
Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Archana and Akshata. Now that's what we call the future of the technology. And all of you, don't forget to tweet using hashtag UINXT for the amazing goodies. And our virtual booths will be opening from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. today.
Why are you not using Swift? Let me call you later.
Swift, you mean car, right?
Huh? You don't know what Swift is? Finally, something that this girl doesn't know.
Okay, don't brag about it so much. Just tell me.
Okay. Swift is an open source language and it's not just for an iOS platform anymore.
So now we can use it everywhere? How?
Yes. And to know that, let's welcome our next speakers.
Tete-A-Tete, a global having more than 10 years of experience in iOS development, a Swift enthusiast, acrylic artist, and a yoga practitioner.
And Poonam Gaikwad, again a global, having more than 7 years of experience in developing various iOS applications. Along with her love for Swift, she likes to read literature, watch movies, and web series.
Over to you, Preeti and Poonam.
Hello and welcome everybody to the talk titled Swift Everywhere. And what that means is Swift is a programming language and that you might have used for iOS development. But now Swift can be used in other form factors. Not only in other form factors, but Swift can be used to implement full stack application. And how? You are going to see it in today's talk. Before we jump into the talk, let's introduce ourselves. My name is Tete-A-Tete, a technical architect at Globant, having more than a decade of experience in iOS development field. Apart from being passionate about software development, I am an acrylic artist and a yoga practitioner.
Hello, and I'm Poonam Gaikwad, an iOS technical lead in Globant. I have more than 7 years of experience in developing iOS applications in various domains. Apart from being passionate about software development, I'm an avid reader. I like to read books on literature in Marathi and English. As I like stories, apart from reading, I do watch movies and web series. I'm a complete movie buff. So that's the introduction. Now let's see some amazing aspects of Swift.
Before we get into the talk, we want you to meet Rita. Rita is an iOS developer and a Swift language expert, like all of us. She has a dream. She wants to implement end-to-end mobile and web application, which means she not only wants to write the interfaces for mobile and web application, but she also wants to write the backend for the applications. Now, the question for such typical mobile developers are, what technology stack would she use to write backend? What language does she need to learn? What framework does she need to learn? Isn't it the question that all of us who are mobile developers like Rita would also have? Yes, right? Like all mobile developers, Rita had a lot of questions about how she would start writing database, how she would start writing web API services, how she would start server-side development, which she might have not done in her career yet because of being an iOS developer. Now, the biggest question that Rita is thinking about what language she needs to learn which help her to write the backend. Does she need to learn Java? Does she need to learn PHP? Or does she need to learn Node.js? She is not proficient enough in any of this language because the only language that she knows is Swift. Now, what she thinks is if she has to learn new language, that would be too much of an effort because the process of new language would have time and budget constraints, right? Because it will directly impact on the quality of the product. Why? Because she is picking up new language, she is picking up new skill, and learning a new skill, she is not sure about if she would be really up to the mark to this on the skill that she is already proficient enough, that is Swift?
What if she's thinking of using Swift for the backend? No Java, no PHP, no Node.js, only pure Swift. Really? Swift for full stack application? Is that even possible? Definitely it is. There are Swift-based frameworks available which helps us to develop web services and web applications. Now you can use Swift to develop a full stack application. Let's have a look at the available Swift frameworks. First Webper, second Kitura, and third Perfect. Whenever we are given multiple options, what we usually do? We look at their pros and cons. Similarly, we have compared Webper, Kitura, and Perfect on the basis of three parameters. First parameter, how huge is the active community? Second parameter, whether it is pure Swift. And third, how active the team is to keep the framework bug-free. As you can clearly see from the data, Webper ticks all the checkboxes of all the three parameters. And hence, clearly the winner is Webper. Webper has a huge active community and team which helps to maintain the framework. It is the most stable framework in the present and shows a lot of promise for the future.
Now let's see what is Webper. In simple technical definition, Webper is a web framework for Swift which helps you to write web application and RESTful APIs, which are very important ingredients for any application. Web application using Swift? Wow! Aren't you all as amazed as Rita here? Web application, that too using Swift. Yes, that is possible. And how? You are going to see it soon. Our team at Globant have been exploring Webper for a while just to check if Swift can be used to write full stack application. Let's show you a demo.
Or let's have a look at a mock server demo. But before that, let's see what is a mock server. Mock server is a tool for mocking the external HTTP APIs. It can generate and return the fixed responses. Many times, while doing the development, it happens that the server is down or the API which we need is not working. As a solution to unblock ourselves, we have to mock the response in our code and again remove it when the API is working. Isn't it tiresome? To overcome this problem, we have developed a mock server in which you have to mock an API, the request, and the required response, and that's it. And the more interesting part of it is the mock server is developed in Swift. Yes, you heard it right, including all the front end, back end, and database. Isn't it interesting? Let's have a look. So this is the UI for the mock server. We have to add the host URL or the base URL. Let's create a to-do app. You can add the HTTP methods like post, get, put, or delete. Then you need to add the endpoint. You can also select the content type. You have to provide the request headers and also the value for it. Then you have to give the request body in the JSON format. Also, you have to give the required response body. Here I am giving the ID, then title, and then description. On the click of send button, this API gets saved in the database. You can see the result here. All the base URL, the endpoint, the response body, and the request body, and the method has got saved in the database. So any iOS or Android app or other web client can hit the send request. Then they can get the mock response at their end. Let's hit this mocked API with the Postman. So here you have to enter the base URL and the endpoint. You have to select the HTTP method. In the body, you have to give the date and the value for it. And once you click on the send button, you will be able to see the response. You can check it is the same response that we provided into the response mock API. So this is how developers can mock the API. I hope you like this. Thank you.
Isn't it interesting to see the end-to-end application using Swift? The front end, the back end, how it integrates to database, how it exposes API. Everything is in Swift. And that's what the title of this talk, Swift Everywhere. Now, let's have a look at some important aspects of Vapor. The first important aspect is security. Security is of paramount importance for mobile application, web application, and your life. What is the most critical part of an application that might lead to a lot of concerns if not taken care of? Authentication, right? Vapor comes up with authenticator protocol. There are 4 authenticator protocols: request authenticator, basic authenticator, bearer authenticator, and credentials authenticator. You can use all these 4 protocols to implement end-to-end secure authentication for your application.
The next important aspect is async, that is non-blocking I/O. What is asynchronous communication? Whenever you send a message and do not expect a response immediately is asynchronous communication. Knowingly or unknowingly, we all do it in our everyday life by sending the messages over Gmail, Slack, and WhatsApp. Similarly, Vapor came up with features to have a asynchronous communication between client and the server. Hence, server can handle the multiple requests from the client. As you can see in the code snippet, we have a post API. Also, we have an event loop feature. What does it mean? It means that we are wrapping an API in a promise that we will resume a work on it when we receive a response. In Vapor, a promise to deliver the result is called futures. The third important aspect is content. Vapor came up with an interesting API. What does it do? As the name suggests, it works with the user content. There are 2 types of data: a data that the coder understands and a data that the machine understands. In order to communicate these both entities with each other, we need something that can interpret the data. Here comes the Content API. Content API helps us to transfer data to and from system language to human readable form. As you can see in the code snippet, whenever we receive a response, we need to transfer it to some request model. Here we are using content.decode to convert it to the request model type. The fourth important aspect is fluent. Any application or product is incomplete without integration of database. And when we say database, it itself is a huge entity having its own set of rules used for communication. Learning or understanding these new rules can be an uphill task for a newbie. Hence, Vapor came up with a Fluent. It helps us to communicate database in a swifty way. It is nothing but the interface between application and database. If you have dreamed of connecting MySQL or SQLite to a mobile application but you couldn't as a mobile developer, then Fluent is for your rescue. As you can see from the code snippet, it is very easy to create schema and other models of the table.
The fifth and very interesting aspect is Leaf. As you have seen in the demo, there was a web application developed using Swift. Yes, Webber comes up with Leaf template, which can be used to write web interfaces using Swift-inspired syntax. And this template can easily integrate with your Swift code. Isn't it interesting to see the end-to-end application developed using Swift? Just to show you a recap, what we have seen in today's session is we looked at how Webber can be used to write backend. We looked at some important aspect of Webber: security, content, Fluent, async. Apart from that, we looked at how you can write web interfaces using Swift and the Leaf template. We looked at how Webber is the right choice. But what we have seen in today's session is just a basic. It was just an introductory session. But after today, all you iOS developers out there can very well believe that you can not only write the front end using Swift, but you can also write the back end using Swift and can very well become a unified developer. If you have any questions, you can write to us at uinext@globant.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Preeti and Poonam. And yes, Swift is everywhere. And guys, don't forget to tweet using hashtag UINXT for amazing goodies. And our virtual booths will be opening from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m.
By the way, Pratik, what is there in your car?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I got 1.7 liter petrol engine which produces a 189 bhp at. Why are you laughing? What's special about your car?
I have an infotainment system in my car.
And what's that?
It is a combination of information and entertainment system. And to dive deep into what exactly infotainment system is,
Here we have Chinmay and Shashank from Globant.
Shashank has a diverse experience in mobile technologies and ranging from native to cross-platform application development.
Apart from his technical skills, he is also an avid reader, fitness enthusiast, a creative soul, and a writer sometimes.
That's really interesting. And we have Chinmay Deshpande. He has extensive experience in mobile technologies and working on Android app development from the last 10 years.
He is a technology enthusiast, a big traveler, and loves to hike. They will walk us through what an infotainment system looks like. understand types of infotainment system, and get developers' perspective on how to build and support applications for cars. Over to you, Chinmay and Shashank.
Hey guys, good evening. Once again, I welcome you to UINXT. We are super excited to be here with you all. The topic we are discussing today is what's in your car. Not a lot of mystery there, but the simple answer to that question is an infotainment system. My name is Sushant. I am an iOS specialist, technical lead at Globant. I like to read a lot. My friends call me a creative person, and I write sometimes.
Hey guys, my name is Chinmay Deshpande and I'm an Android specialist working as technical lead in Globant. I'm a tech enthusiast and I like to travel and hike a lot. So, what is infotainment system? It is presentation of information and entertainment. It is a combination of vehicle system which are used to deliver entertainment and information to the driver and the passenger through audio-video interfaces, control elements like touch screens, button panels, voice commands, and more. Infotainment works in integration with many other in-vehicle and external systems to deliver entertainment and information to the driver and the passenger. So main component of this infotainment systems are first is hardware. So infotainment systems are powered by powerful automotive processors designed for advanced infotainment systems which can handle multiple processes and sensor data. Second is automotive sensors, which have proximity sensors, gesture recognition sensors, ambient light sensors, camera sensors, and many other in-vehicle sensors. Third is connectivity modules. So infotainment system encompasses GPS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth modules to provide connectivity with external networks and devices. Fourth is the operating system. As you know, it is the main component of any vehicle. So in-vehicle infotainment system require operating systems that are capable of supporting connectivity, convenience, and functionality. Fifth is the display. Every car has a display, right? So display, it is an integral part of a high-end infotainment systems which displays the vehicle's real-time information on the screen.
So infotainment system in a nutshell lets you have features of mobile application on your car system. It gives features of general mobile system like apps on your car screen. It saves you from using your phone. It stops you from using your mobile phone while you're driving. It gives you a big dashboard and a hands-free assistant to all your applications on your car screen. It gives an audio player or an entertainment system that are very useful today. It also gives you turn-by-turn directions for GPS purposes. So what options do we have for infotainment system? First, we have an Android Automotive OS, a customized Android OS for use in vehicles, and Android Auto, which lets you have a separate mobile application compatible with the car dashboard. And then we have iOS CarPlay, Apple users' ultimate co-pilot.
So let's start with Android Automotive OS. So as the name suggests, Android Automotive OS is basically a new version of Android operating system which has been purposefully customized by Google for use in vehicle. It powers everything from the onboard navigation, messaging, and media streaming apps to traditional vehicle systems like climate control, comfort, convenience features, vehicle settings, etc. You can download compatible apps directly into the car. There is no requirement of any phone. There is a different design principle which is required while developing applications for use on the car screen. Third, apps get special API from Google as well as Google Automotive Services, similar to Play services in Android. Some examples of the API are car speed, gear position, fuel level, which are basically provided by the system. Apps can communicate with the server and server can send notification to the app. So it's like the normal client server application. App publishing is same as Android application. Just while publishing to the Play Store, you have to use the tag as Android Automotive OS. Automotive OS apps cannot be used while the car is in driving mode, although they can work in the background, and use heads up notification to provide feedback to the user. So how do you get automotive OS? Unluckily, we cannot get it. You have to buy a car which has these automotive OS built into it. But luckily, we have major players which are coming up with the automotive OS. General Motors will use Android Automotive to power their infotainment system starting this year, that is 2021. Renault Nissan Mitsubishi Alliance announced a technology partnership to embed the Android Automotive operating system in the group's vehicle starting this year, that is 2021. Ford has announced a partnership with Google that would bring Android Automotive to Ford Lincoln vehicles starting 2023. So let's see a small demo applications that we have developed as proof of concept. We have developed a small application here to demo capabilities of automotive OS. On the left, you can see car's dashboard with application for car. It is currently showing speed. Remember, when we start the application, the car is taken over by the system UI, but the app keeps running in the background. As well as on the right side, you can see a user application for phones. These two applications are connected via cloud. In our case, we use Firebase. We have implemented login, database, and push notification features. On the phone application, we have a user login feature with the user identification. We can add cars to the user database, post which we can see list of cars and remove or modify settings. Here you can see we have already added a car. We implemented notification feature in the application. So now you can check the notifications sent by the car in the application. And the car will send the notification. We have set the car speed notification at 100 km per hour. So if we increase the car speed to that limit or beyond that limit, you can see as soon as the car crosses that limit, a notification is sent to the registered user with the name of the car, speed, location, time when the limit was crossed. For this, we have used car speed API as well as push notification features. So this demo, what we have created is a POC we created for demoing a parental control app. Like when we hand over our car to someone like our kids or somebody else. So we can extend this POC to include notification whenever we cross a speed limit of the road while we are driving. As you know, we have maps inbuilt. So via maps we can get what road we are traveling in and what is the speed limit. So by that we can keep track. Also we can use it for checking the violations of the speed limit and make a list so we are aware to be cautious next time. Also we can calculate the average speed and even during conditions like sudden acceleration or braking to understand drivers behavior for reckless driving. Let's now move on to Android Auto. So Android Auto is Google's app projection and connectivity technology for cars. After connecting to a compatible phone with a compatible vehicle, Android Auto can take over your car's dashboard screen, overlaying with Google's driving interface with notification, messaging, hands-free calling, audio streaming, and navigation software. Apps for Android Auto focus on actions tailored for in-car use, such as navigating and listening to media or messages. Android Auto is tied into the user's Google account, surfacing recommendation for navigation, calendar appointments, and more on its home screen. User can navigate with Google Map, respond to messages with voice command, and stream audio from compatible music players, news applications, radio, and podcasting apps. And of course, Google's voice search and assistant technology is all threaded through, giving drivers a hands-free control over everything. It needs to be physically connected to the system via USB. Phone and car then perform a handshake. User is asked to for certain permissions, which when granted, the layout is displayed on the car's dashboard. Recently, new cars such as BMW iX have started using fast pair mechanism to connect to the car. It's very simple process. Like if you have seen while connecting the Bluetooth headphones, you can quickly connect it to the phone. Similar process is applied here. Once Android Auto is set up, it is ready to go. It may launch automatically when you plug in your phone next time into the car, or you may need to launch it from your car's infotainment system. So here is a small demo of Android Auto. As you can see, there is this music player application which shows recommendations and albums. All this data is collected from the server. So basically, this application is running on your phone, and it is projecting the specific UI designed for the car onto the car's dashboard. Other than that, you can see many other applications like Maps, phone, Amazon Music Player, calendar. All these things are basically running on your phone, and they have provided the support. That's why they are getting projected on the screen. So here you can see all the music controls like play, pause, playlist, etc. So what is the basic difference or comparison between Automotive OS and Android Auto? So Android Automotive OS is basically present on the vehicle's hardware, and Android Auto is present on your phone. So it is a projection on your car's dashboard. Voice commands are presented at both levels. So Automotive OS as well as Android Auto both support the voice command. Google services are present at both levels. For Automotive OS, it is called as CarPlay services. For Android Auto, it is same uh, as on your phone. For Automotive OS, you need to develop special apps. For Android Auto, you just need to provide the support for your already present application. For Automotive OS, there is no phone required, as the OS and the application all reside on your car's hardware as well. But on Android Auto, you need to have the phone all time, either wired or wirelessly connected with your car's infotainment system. So the next is car information, which is basically the special APIs that we use to develop the application. Those are present or provided by the Automotive OS. For Android Auto, there are no such APIs. As the application is on your phone, there is no connection provided to the car's hardware. There is one more feature, that is carryover or continue feature. Like if you are messaging from your phone, you can just use Android Auto and continue that while you are driving. But for Automotive OS, it is completely different. As your phone is not connected, you cannot use carryover and continue. So how to get started with Android Auto or Automotive OS? So both have the same processes. You have to check the UI templates, and those are the certain UI templates provided by Google. You need to match up with them according to your application type, and then you can start developing. You need to add Android Auto or Automotive OS support. In case of Automotive OS, new support library can be added which provide additional API. For local code, you need to start adding support to the code for Android Auto, and in case of Automotive OS, you can create a new module or you can entirely develop a new application. For both of these things, you need a simulator to test your developed application. For Android Auto and Automotive OS have a different setup process, as Automotive OS is a complete OS and not just projection like Android Auto. So for Automotive OS, you need to create a completely separate simulator, and in case of Android Auto, there is a dashboard simulator which is used. You can connect your phone and project it and show it. For deploying your application, as Android Auto code resides in your phone, which is invoked when you connect it to a car dashboard, there is no special thing it is required. Applications can be developed quickly as well as deployed quickly, as it is the support provided in your already developed application. But for Automotive OS, it is different application that needs to be developed. Process for which is similar. For deployment, the process is similar as we deploy it to the Play Store application. You just need to select Automotive OS application while publishing the app.
As many of you know, CarPlay is Apple's infotainment system powered by iPhone and iOS. As Apple brands it, it's a smarter, safer way to use your iPhone in the car. CarPlay takes the things that you want to do with your iPhone while driving and puts them on your car's built-in display. You can get directions, make calls, send and receive messages, and enjoy your favorite music all on your car's built-in display. All you need to do is connect your iPhone with the car. It will automatically project a simplified version of your app on the built-in display. One huge benefit of CarPlay is that the UI is super simple, icons are big, and texts are easy to read. Voice interaction using Siri enables drivers to control many applications with just voice commands. CarPlay allows you to use some of the compatible apps on your device while you drive. In order to do that, the driver needs to connect their iPhone to the car via USB, Bluetooth, or Wi-Fi, which creates a CarPlay session allowing information to be sent bidirectionally between the connected device and the car's dashboard. Once the session is established, various communication protocols are used to let the iPhone and car dashboard exchange data. When the iPhone is first connected, it asks the head unit to show its screen on the car's display. A video stream is then created and an iPhone's home screen is shown on the display. If the driver then taps on the music app, for example, and plays a track, the iPhone will send the head unit the now playing screen for that song along with its audio so that it can be played on car speakers. CarPlay allows the head unit and device to exchange data, audio and video in this case, using the communication protocols. Since the launch in 2014, CarPlay has rapidly grown in popularity with all major car manufacturers licensing the technology. Apple CarPlay framework enables iOS app developers to integrate their apps to work within a vehicle's head unit or infotainment system, leveraging the head unit as a user interface, which is UI, for their apps. Now, many iPhone app developers are eager to try their hands on, but Apple restricts very tightly the type of applications to be enabled for CarPlay too. In addition to getting directions, making calls, sending and receiving messages, and even listening to music, CarPlay supports these categories of applications. First of which is navigation, which are the map-based applications like Apple Maps or Waze, communication apps, which includes messaging applications like iMessage or even WhatsApp, audio applications, which is basically music applications, podcasts, or newsreader apps. With the launch of iOS 14, Apple introduced EV charging, parking, quick food ordering application categories, and some more UI templates to be enabled for CarPlay. Next up, we're going to see a short demo of iOS CarPlay on the simulator, which basically is an audio-based application which uses tab bar template provided by Apple. It is divided into three sections. First is the live audio, second is podcasts, and third is a downloaded podcast episode. Each tab section has a list of media items, and clicking of each of them takes the user to now playing screen where the audio is being played. Now, if you are a developer and want to get started with CarPlay, here are some steps that you need to follow. Make sure the application falls under the acceptable UI template and app categories permitted by Apple. In order to support CarPlay, you must get an entitlement from Apple by submitting a request and get the plist included in the provisioning profiles. Ensure that the entitlement supports the appropriate keys, and by that I mean if you have an audio app, you must have the key com.apple.developer.carplay-audio. Next step is to add CarPlay scene delegate, import CarPlay framework, and get started with the development of applications for CarPlay using one of the templates provided by Apple. Once you are done, do a test on simulator to get started with, but for accurate results, make sure to test on the real CarPlay dashboard. The release process is quite similar with any other iOS applications. The deployment remains the same. You have to just create an iPhone application and deploy on the Play Store. First of all, like iOS application or building a CarPlay application isn't a separate application, but is just an extension of any iPhone applications that is compatible with the CarPlay dashboard. Like it is said, with great powers comes great responsibility. With infotainment system becoming an integral part of modern day cars, it needs to be handled with great care and precautions. Manufacturers and application developers are extra cautious with functionalities to be delivered for the infotainment system. Some do's and don'ts can be seen on the screen. Apps must be designed only for specified features. For example, if you're developing an audio application, must be designed only for playback controls. Parking applications must be developed only for parking services. Your infotainment system flow should be available without interacting with your mobile phones, where driver's life is at stake. In case of CarPlay, use templates only for intended purposes, and voice interaction should be done using CDKit only. Will never instruct the driver to pick up the phone. No gaming, no social media. Keep your TikTok aside while you drive, please. Never display text messages or email details on the dashboard. Just who called, and that information is sufficient. Never show the dashboard. Why do we need that anyways? Just enjoy the road trip. So far, this infotainment system lets you listen and dictate text messages while you drive. It lets you stay on top of your calendar. It lets you control with a word, a touch, or a twist. Now, major automobile manufacturers from Lamborghini to Porsche to Toyota to Hyundai all are supporting infotainment systems to boost the driving experience, of course, with safety.
With this, we would like to say thank you to all of you for joining us today. Hope this was helpful and let you get to explore infotainment system.
If you have any questions, concerns, or queries, do join us at our booth for further discussions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chinmay and Shashank. That was really insightful. Pratik will surely connect to you to install this system in his car.
Sure. But first, I will be tuning in at 10 p.m. IST today for a very exciting chat between Tom Emmerich, the man of the future, and our head of UI Engineering Studio, Ritesh Menon, on their views about extended reality. So don't forget to tune in at 10 p.m. IST today.
And also don't forget to tweet using #UINXT for the amazing goodies. And our virtual booths will be opening immediately for next 1 hour. पूरा हो गया फिर से.
Yesterday, there was sun and there was rain, beauty in the mundane. And as the light startled our eyes, we let go of disguise. And now, there's something in the air, and a sparkly shimmer on our skin, restoring everything within. Oh, dreamy, breezy, we go. Easy, easy on our tiptoes. Undercover agents of the other, beyond gravel, beyond hand in hand, building castles out of sand, reaching for the grand. As willows align, we lose track of time. Head up high, now we climb. Dreamy, breezy, we go. Easy.
Hello, everyone. Good evening to you all. I am Pragati Ritekar.
And I'm Jaideep Seth. We belong to the UI engineering studio here at Globant. Regrettably, Ritesh could not make it today, which is why we are your host for this fireside chat.
Hope you all enjoyed all the talks so far over the last 3 days of UINXT, including today. Now, we are at the final and a very interesting stage of UINXT 2021. We are today joined by none other than Tom Emmerich, the VP of Product at 8th Wall. He is also often referred to as the man from the future. Amongst many other recognitions, Tom is also recognized as one of the world's leading thought leaders in augmented reality, virtual reality, and wearable technologies. He was also recently listed as one of the LinkedIn's top voices in technology in 2020. A very warm welcome to you, Tom.
Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
We are more excited to have you here, Tom. So, Tom, let me start with a question that has been a buzzword for a while now: metaverse. Mark Zuckerberg recently proclaimed that Facebook is a metaverse company. And Jim Cramer explained his interpretation of the term in his own inimitable style, even comparing it to Minority Report to an extent. So there is a lot of buzz about the metaverse. Is it a parallel universe? Is it something, we can look forward to become a truly multi-planetary species? What's your take on that?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. A good question to start off with. I definitely have seen myself, as I'm sure everybody on the event has as well, the rise of the use of the metaverse in the news, on social media. One thing to keep in mind is that the term metaverse is not really new. It has been utilized, especially in science fiction and fiction, to really represent a virtual world or a virtual universe with multiple worlds. One of the most recent, I guess, examples of this in science fiction is Ready Player Me, which is a book and as well as a movie where you have the Oasis and you're able to travel to different worlds within virtual reality. But for me, the metaverse really symbolizes the future that we're headed towards. In that it allows for the convergence of multiple technologies to come together and interoperate. This includes AI, this includes augmented reality, virtual reality, the blockchain, IoT. Many of us have been working on technologies, solutions within our own camps, within these silos. And I think for the very first time, we're starting to see how they can interoperate and converge. We're not completely there yet, and thus, the metaverse, as you will, is not a today thing, but again, more of a vision that we may be starting to see come clearer into our view and starting to understand how we may get there. That being said, because there is so much history, especially in science fiction and fiction with the metaverse, arguably this use of definition to clarify a vision of how technologies converge, how these emerging technologies converge, may mean that metaverse might not be the right word for it. And so when the media currently is using metaverse, the immediate go-to is a virtual world. And again, that's because there's a lot of history loaded into that term metaverse.
And what do you think? What impact will it have on reality?
Well, I think that we're hearing a little bit more about the metaverse, again, because these emerging technologies are starting to mature, but most importantly, because we are currently going through a dramatic event, which is the pandemic. And the pandemic has caused us to really adopt technology in ways that we only dabbled perhaps in, before COVID-19. And so it really has caused virtual to become just as real life. Our technology is now a tool that's a necessity in some ways. For example, what we're doing here, we wanted to have an event, we want to be together, and the best way to do that right now is to use StreamYard and other streaming virtual tools. And so for me, I think the metaverse is also a term that's been bubbled up in the mainstream, in the technology sphere, in the media sphere, because of this massive adoption of virtual technologies, whether this be gaming technologies like Roblox or Fortnite, for example, and the evolution of those virtual worlds, because more and more people were socializing within those worlds, again because of the current climate, or because now a huge new population has adopted FaceTime, Zoom, and other virtual tools. And so we're starting to see how we're already living in some way in a virtual world, from this physical world. So we're already starting to see the impact of it. These technologies are allowing us to connect, allowing us to have real moments, allowing us to communicate, allowing us to do work, allowing us to have fun together. So all of these examples just get amplified and just get taken to the next level when we can start to embody technology, when it doesn't feel like we're talking to a camera or we're talking to a screen, but we're actually in a room together, for example. So I think we can look to what's been happening in 2020 and 2021 as like the seeds of what could be coined a metaverse, especially as technologies that allow for us to better embody digital experiences mature. And so in that way, then we look to the advancements in hardware and software in particular, as well, going back to that overarching vision, seeing how these emerging technologies are starting to converge and interoperate to really allow for that connection to happen.
So, Tom, my question that the general definition of augmented reality for many is overlaying digital objects into your physical world. But I think there is much more to it than just superimposition. So can you elaborate on your definition of augmented reality?
Sure. I mean, I think that you're absolutely right. The definition of augmented reality for many is the ability to blend the digital world with the physical world. And we're seeing that, with 8th Wall Web AR experiences, for example, being able to place 3D animations and world effects into the world space in front of you, or putting things on your face with face effects, for example, or bringing bottles to life with image targets. I tend to take a little bit of a step back when I start to explain augmented reality and virtual reality, and just reminding everyone that what this big shift is about is really about giving computers their own senses. And these sensors are really what is enabling a lot of these experiences to be able to be experienced. And so by giving computers their own sensors, they're able to make sense of the world all on their own. Rather than being fed information from a human, although that's still obviously happening, they're able to, sense the space in front of them. They're able to sense the landmarks on someone's face. And so by giving computers sensors, they're able to make sense of the world, gather information of the world, of which then they can do something with that. And also that allows us to do something with that data as well. So that's really, really an important thing to consider. Half of augmented reality, if you will, is just about tapping into that computer vision or tapping into those computer senses. But of course, what we see when we really think about augmented reality is really the GUI part of it, the actual experience part. And that is where computers also then have access to our senses, and they're able to edit our senses. And right now they're able to edit our senses by us looking through a mobile phone. And so when we look through the screen of our phone in an augmented reality world effects, for example, we're able to see something that doesn't really exist. It doesn't exist in the digital world, and it doesn't exist in the physical world. It exists in the augmented reality world. It's a mixture of the both. And that's because the computer is actually editing our perception. This becomes even more real when, or taken to the next level when we have wearable devices like smart glasses, where now it feels as though the computer is editing our sense of sight, where what the glasses that we're looking through is causing us to see something that is, again, a blend of the digital and the physical. And so computers having their own senses and making sense of the world, computers having access to our senses and editing our perception of the world, that to me is a well-rounded definition of augmented reality.
Oh, thank you. So it is not only just overlaying digital objects into your physical world. So the next question would be, how do you think AR and AI can be used to personalize digital experiences?
Well, I think AI and ML and AR are already personalizing experiences. First off, ML, AI is the backbone of augmented reality, which is important to keep in mind. But when you think about an augmented reality experience, it makes use of the space. And so intrinsically, the fact that it's in my world space, or the fact that it's on my face in regards to like a lens or a filter, for example, intrinsically makes that experience personal. It's about me. It's about either me as part of the experience with the face effect, or my world, my environment, and the things that are in my room or in my office or in my backyard. And so intrinsically, augmented reality experiences are personal. And as we continue to move into a direction where computers are able to semantically make more sense of the world around it, meaning it understands, couch from floor, and plant from cup, and fork from knife. I expect that the augmented reality experience will become even more unique to the space and the face and the people and things that are part of it. And so that's really an exciting thing. It really allows for the same augmented reality experience to be different depending on the subject, depending on the environment. Of course, there could be some commonality between like across users. But certainly, when I put a face filter on, for example, it's on my face. My face is different than other faces. And what I do with that as well, right? The creative capability that you also give through augmented reality to enable, the use of currently like special effects, as you will, real-time special effects, also creates a very personal output from the experience. The video that I create using a filter is going to be up to me, and therefore it's going to be completely unique and personalized.
So this brings in a lot of opportunities for AI, ML capabilities, as well as IoT capabilities to be brought into enhance the AR experiences.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, again, going back to that original definition that I proposed for augmented reality, computers having access to sensors and sensor data is really key. And so the more access that computers can get to data, the more enriched an experience can get. And you can kind of think of it kind of akin to what's happening in the autonomous vehicle sector, where you have vehicles from the likes of Tesla and others that are collecting information, and they're able to be really sophisticated in their use of that information. And so, being able to tap into, for example, air tags and the U1 chip, or the gyroscope, obviously the camera or LiDAR. Like, we're starting to see these sensors become more ubiquitous in the consumer sphere, and certainly being a lot more used within, confined environments such as vehicles or the home or offices. And so I think that's, again, like from the first question that you asked about the metaverse, although again, arguably the word metaverse can be problematic, this idea of like moving towards an endpoint where all of these technologies, AI, ML, IoT, AR, VR, start to converge and they start to make sense together, is kind of what we're talking about right now.
Right. Picking up the point of personalized digital experiences, Xiaomi recently announced its latest product concept, which is its smart glasses. And there have been other smart glasses as well, right? Announced recently, like Reliance's Geo glasses or those from Facebook, Ray-Ban, pretty stylish ones. While these smart glasses are touted as replacements for smartphones, the concept is not new, right? Google years ago had launched their own version of smart glasses, which actually never became a mainstream. Do you think the time for them has come now?
I think we're getting much more ready for it. I mean, you're absolutely right. There have been smart glasses of various types in the past. And we're starting to see some exciting new developments. But sometimes when I think about a new wave of computing, I like to look at the past waves of computing to put it in perspective. And certainly, although we may forget, there were multiple smartphones before, the iPhone, got to the mainstream market. There were many feature phones, there were many PDAs, there were just a lot of devices that led up to that moment that was really the tipping point in the smartphone or the revolution. And so I think that we'll see the same, and we have already started to see the same for this brand new category of device, which is the smart glasses. In addition, looking back at the mobile wave, we also saw some attempts to get into the consumer space, but where we immediately saw more success was at work. And so, BlackBerry, Palm Pilots, and other devices didn't catch on completely within the consumer sphere, but it certainly made sense, at work in that context. And so, while Google Glass in particular was, a live experiment to see what people would do with the device, didn't necessarily catch on within the consumer sphere. It went directly to the enterprise and has been in use since. And I think that's something important to note, is that we may not be seeing, unless you are an employee that has one of these devices, because it's part of what you do day in and day out, what's happening with smart glasses in the enterprise. Companies like RealWear, Lenovo, Vuzix, Google Glass, there's a number of different devices that are in play currently in the enterprise sphere. HoloLens, Magic Leap also. And there's also a variety of glasses. And this is where I think things could get a little bit messy. And certainly for the end consumer, we don't need to worry too much about it. So this is more of a technology conversation rather than a marketing conversation. But I think we need to understand that when we say smart glasses, they mean connected glasses. These could be anything from currently, at least in what I'm seeing be included in conversation, a camera-enabled glasses, so glasses that take a picture or video and allow you to have spatial audio or like take calls, for example. They could be, monocular heads-up displays where you're being fed information at your line of sight so that you can see notifications. You can be provided with step-by-step instructions on how to do your job, for example. You can scan a QR code or barcodes when you're doing picking, for example. And then you have, you start to have devices that have more sensors on board that allow for you to do augmented reality experiences. And these glasses are enabling you to be able to see, 3D within space, for example, and even map out that space. And then you also have augmented reality, head-worn devices that are also capable of virtual reality at the same time. So AR, VR devices. And the difference between the AR glasses that I mentioned and the AR, VR devices is that one uses optical see-through technology and the other uses video pass-through technology. So certainly what's exciting is that we're starting to see all of these technologies, mature. We're starting to see the price points drop. We're starting to see the devices become more wearable. In the consumer sphere, the Ray-Ban announcement is a signal that things are getting miniaturized to the point where you can actually create a fashionable pair of connected eyewear. And so we're moving in that right direction, but there's still a ways to go for every day, all day, 24/7, smartphone replacement, consumer glasses.
Right.
So, Tom, I want to talk about web AR. The fact that AR on the web is easier to discover, it's easier to share, has greater reach, and easier to access, makes it much better platform than native apps where you are forced to download an app and keep it on your phone without
Mhm.
probably requiring that app frequently. And now that question that a lot of aspiring AR developers would have is it much easier to create web AR experience like the one is your company, Ethol is doing it right now, as opposed to using ARKit, ARCore for a traditional native app?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thanks for asking that. I love that you started the question by clarifying the value propositions of web-based augmented reality. Certainly, we're finding developers, brands, organizations really excited about tapping into the power of web AR because of the lack of friction without the requiring of downloading an app. Eighth Wall is a leading augmented reality platform for the web, and we have the widest reach possible of any augmented reality platform, which means that when you develop once for across iOS and Android devices. Nearly 3.5 billion smartphones is the estimated reach. And I think that's the point that I'll start with when we talk about your question around like the ease of development. Certainly, it really depends on the skills that you're bringing to the table for any development platform. We are a web development platform, so if you are familiar with CSS, HTML, JavaScript, as well as 3D rendering frameworks like A-Frame, 3JS, then you're going to feel right at home and ready to go with Eighth Wall. And what's great about the Eighth Wall toolset, well, there's a number of things, but some things that I'll highlight is, again, the fact that you only need to develop once for both iOS and Android. And so it's cross-platform. You don't have to worry about building it for an iOS device and then building it for another device. Our AR engine is proprietary, and so we're not reliant on ARCore or ARKit for augmented reality that's hyper optimized for the browser. So I think that's like something to note. In addition, Eighth Wall is very well known for our AR engine, which ushered in, web AR with our SLAM system that enables world effects back in late 2018. But we've put a lot of thought into the complete set of tools that is necessary to develop web augmented reality. And so we launched in 2019 the Cloud Editor, which is a complete solution to create and collaborate, publish, and distribute web-based augmented reality. And certainly that has made it more efficient to create web AR content. Not only are you able to log into Eighth Wall on any device, whether it be an iPad or a Chromebook, or even in virtual reality headsets, as long as there's a browser to be able to code. You can code with team members across the country because, again, it's cloud-based and we have integrated distributed source control, commit history. We've made it easy to test on phones and by introducing wireless debugging, and so which is really important, right? Because you're going to have multiple devices that you need to test on. You need to see the console logs. You're not going to want to be plugging in and out devices to be able to test that. And so, provided users or testers scan a QR code in the Cloud Editor and your development build, you're able to see wirelessly streamed console logs per device to be able to troubleshoot. And then it's literally one click to publish to over 200 points of presence around the world. And I think like the last thing I'll say on this is that it is the web, and so just like a website, if you want to make a change, you make a change. There's no review process. There's no third-party review that will delay that change being made. You have complete control over the content. You have complete control over the launch schedule, the updates that you wish to do. And so that also is the benefit of building with web-based augmented reality.
Absolutely right. I mean, personally, I have been using Eighth Wall since 2 years, and the Cloud Editor is amazing, just amazing.
Love
So,
that. I love it.
So we are just running out of time. We just have time for one question before we open it out to the
Okay.
audience. So, Tom, what do you think about the ethics of XR? These immersive experiences are so engaging and natural, but they could potentially be used to, influence through a make-believe experience and probably infringe on privacy too.
Yeah, I think it's important with any technology, whether it's an existing technology that is continuing to evolve and be adopted, or it's a new technology that is starting to find its footing within any sphere, enterprise or consumer sphere, to really keep ethics and human impact top of mind as you're building tools, as you're building technology, as you're building experiences that are leveraging tools and technology. Certainly, I think that there are some important conversations that are happening in the AR/VR community, many of them led by the XRSI group, which is a fantastic group that is leading the charge on ensuring that we're thinking about the right things as we're starting to explore the use of augmented reality with the consumer. And I think there are a lot of learnings to take into this next wave of computing from the current wave of computing that is still continuing to evolve, both in terms of privacy and security, safety, as well as just in making sure that the technology is inclusive and as diverse as it should be to be able to be used for the world at large. And so this is definitely something that should be top of mind, is top of mind within the AR/VR community in particular, but spans outside of AR/VR for sure.
Right. Okay, we are open to the audience questions. We have so many coming up.
We have so many, I saw them.
Yeah. So let me just pick one for you.
Okay.
Full body virtual try-ons. Where do you think we are with that?
Yeah, well, in 2020, in my augmented reality trends post, which I do every year, I indicated that I saw a trend that especially the face filter and lens creators would move from the face to the body, especially with tools that were being made available by Snapchat in particular. And certainly we're seeing that. It's very exciting to be seeing the creators adopt the use of body tracking, including 3D body tracking to create full-on, virtual clothing, costumes, or even replace themselves with avatars. And so I would definitely keep an eye on what's happening in this space. I think it has a lot to do. I know it sounds kind of maybe a little bit off conversation, but I think it has a lot to do with TikTok actually. And the reason why I say that is because body tracking with augmented reality requires you, if it's going to be you as a subject, to put your phone down or put it on a tripod. This is like brand new behavior, and really took off with the use of TikTok, with TikTokers and the need to create videos that had more than just your face. And so I really feel like with the TikTok generation and the use of just TikTok in general, it has changed the relationship between the person and the phone, where the user is feeling comfortable with the phone being away from them, the phone as like a recording device. And this is, I think, really freed up the thinking of using full body filters. At least this is what I'm seeing. And so that's another kind of trend to think about. I love this question. I think it's something that if you're not already starting to explore, you should do so.
Nice. Next one, what is your favorite use case of mobile or web AR?
Oh, geez. I mean, I have so many, but I would say that currently one of the strongest value propositions for the end consumer is the democratization of special effects. And, we're seeing how technology has been enabling us, and us as everybody is what I mean, to become creators, to tell our story or to tell stories. And so, it started with the camera, just taking photos, becoming available to everyone. And then we started getting access to video tools. And so photo and video tools have really become commoditized and democratized to the point where everybody can become a filmmaker, everybody can become a media, entity. But what's been a little bit out of reach is being able to use CGI and special effects. That's been pretty difficult. And so with augmented reality, especially with face effects and face filters in particular, but also with world effects, we're seeing how creators are leveraging these experiences, these solutions as part of their storytelling to take it to the next level, to make it almost like a feature film. And I think we'll continue to see that as augmented reality continues to get adopted. And so this is one of my favorite use cases today.
Wow. So Tom, one question from my side. I personally believe that biggest domain that AR and specifically web AR will have an impact on is digital marketing. The simplest marker that can spring up AR experience is a QR code. QR codes, at least in India, have become mainstream, and thanks to making digital payments by simply scanning them at stores. However, users are still suspicious of scanning them when you put them in a print ad. For example, I remember that WebAR campaign that Ethol had created with Tete-A-Tete, which showed up in many leading newspapers in India. Except for the tech-savvy folks, the masses were actually clueless about scanning the QR code and the resultant experience. What do you think could be done better to make it a bit more obvious?
That's a good question. I think that was created by Alive Now, which is one of our partners. I love that experience. So 2020 and 2021 certainly has been a big year for the QR code. And again, this is an interesting thing because QR codes have been around for a long time, and different geographic regions around the world have adopted it in different ways. That's also very interesting. So I love that you mentioned mobile payments, because mobile payments, I think, has really provided a killer value proposition to start to tap your phone on things. Like, I want to pay, I want this, I want to pay. This is very easy. I don't want to touch money. I don't want to touch things now, especially. So I'm just going to tap my phone. And, it's these little steps, these baby steps that the consumers need to take in order to help with things like augmented reality, like triggering experiences from QR codes, even like being able to access menus via QR codes, which has been quite common as well, is really helping to encourage this behavior. I think it all comes down to the call to action with the QR code. So first off, again, like, people are getting more familiar with the QR code. They're seeing it more. They're being asked to use it more. That's great. But in order to get them to scan, they need to understand why they're doing that. So I would really focus on the value rather than the technology terminology when it comes to the CTA. What am I going to get out of this is, I think, really important for any solution, especially digital marketing. And so in that way, then, maybe not even considering using the word AR or augmented reality to the end user, but really trying to think about, the Tete-A-Tete experience. Like, what essentially are they going to be, getting out of that experience? What value, especially thinking about where that QR code is placed. Is the QR code being placed on the packaging? Is it in a print ad? Is it being sent by email? All thinking about where the user is going to be when they scan will also influence, what that messaging should look like. So I think it comes down to messaging at that point. If you have the right messaging, the right call to action, you'll get people to scan. And then certainly once they're in, then the web AR experience takes over.
Right.
True. Next one, gaming industry has been the most booming one with the latest AR VR, but still competing with Xbox seems to be a long shot. What do you think are the major challenges?
Okay, so gaming in regards to AR VR, well, I would say on the gaming side of augmented reality and virtual reality, most of that has been on the mobile end, of course, with companies like Niantic. Pokemon Go is like still one of the most revenue earning and used augmented reality enabled games. I recently saw some news from Ubisoft that they're launching a mobile, AR game. So certainly the use of mobile, I think, is where we find more augmented reality games. On the virtual reality side, I think that's where the console wars come into play. at least at this time, until VR, AR devices become more ubiquitous. And so certainly the consoles that are in everybody's house have an unfair advantage to add virtual reality. They have, brand recognition, brand trust that can be leveraged in this way. That being said, the most popular consumer virtual reality device right now is from Facebook, which is the Oculus Quest 2. It's been really exciting to see not only how the consumers are adopting the Quest 2 for gaming, but how they're starting to branch out of gaming, especially into things like fitness in particular. I don't have any predictions. I do think that again that those game console organizations that are already in the space, like Sony, for example, do have that advantage to really allow for virtual reality to be added as a component of their system, and that's the Sony Play currently, it seems. And so I would be watching all of the existing players, but we're seeing some new entrants that are starting to pop up.
Right. So I know you have a hard stop at 10:45, so I'm just going to pick one lucky question. The last one is, what do we not have right now from the perspective of the technology? What is not matured enough, which you feel would take, XR to the completely next level? What do you think is missing right now? Or we have everything?
Yeah. Okay, I'll try to answer this quickly because there's actually a couple of things to consider. On the hardware side, what we talk a lot about is, optical technology. But one thing we need to really think about is like battery life and energy. So that's, I think, one part of the conversation we always need to keep in mind, especially as we're trying to race towards these all day, everyday glasses. Glasses that you wear on your face that only last 2 hours and then you have to charge could be problematic. On the glasses front, another thing that we need to talk about is not just fashion. There's a lot of talk about fashion, how once glasses are fashionable, people will wear them, is the fact that people don't typically like to wear things on their face. And I'm not saying that's everybody. I wear glasses. I also wear contacts. If I had it my choice, would I wear glasses every single day? Do I love reaching for my glasses every morning? I don't know. Maybe not so much. And so I think, even when we have the right value proposition, even when the technology is cheap, even when it is fashionable, we got to ask ourselves, will people be wearing glasses? Now, on the flip side, I never thought, or I would assume that the people that were trying to predict what happened with mobile phones were probably saying we would never walk around with a piece of glass in our in our hands on a regular basis. And so maybe that's a non-issue, but I think maybe having those conversations and starting to think about how to solve for that would be interesting as well.
Right. Let me make it lucky too. Let me squeeze in one more.
Great.
I have a question. What is the importance of CUDA and OpenCL in AR/VR?
Well, if I understand what this question is asking, it's asking about open source technology, and this open source technology allows for interoperability. And so this is a great way to close, actually, because it goes back to our original conversation about the metaverse and how that longer vision of the metaverse relies on interoperability and convergence. Another great word for that vision instead of metaverse has been Web 3.0. And so certainly like thinking about new standards and, open source technologies that allow for that interoperability is key as we want to scale these efforts. And so that's a really good question.
Yeah. So I wish I could take some more, but I see that we are, inching towards the end of the scheduled time for the fireside chat. I will have to unwillingly stop taking any more questions. It was an amazing experience talking to you, Tom, today. Thank you for your time and all the best for the future. We all are waiting to be awed by the XR in the coming days. Thank you. Thank you, everyone who tuned in today asking amazing questions. Take care and stay safe. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.